end. Every little dance is meant to wait. We've caught it by the needle of an EKG. I miss that feeling, flicker right and hovering, like my own discovery, eagerly, tenderly. I miss that feeling. ocean while still cycling home. So, you're somehow so strong. Oh no, I got that. I curse you. Dun, 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 dun. happy now with your sun in the shade. And I wash my hands and try to see you that you can be. Baby, it was in my dreams, in my dreams. Think of all the times you fronted on me, had me convincing your make believe. Yes, I believe that visions tell me true. That this all along is not that strong for both of us to be leaning on, cause it was never you. No, never you. You're so comfortable with the stuff we made. Too happy now with your sun in the shade. And my cup alone could feel one that is not your own. No, and I know it now. I know it now. He's a clever bitch. Well, my favorite song, but you're in a different key. That's what you wanted to hear. And it's all too clear, you're just so comfortable with the stuff we made. It's too happy now with your sun in the shade. And I hope you find that one thing that makes you happy, 'cause it can't be me. Oh yeah, imitator. Oh yeah, imitator. Oh no, I did it wrong. Oh no, I did it right. It's dumb. Yeah, dog, you were supposed to boom. And that locked me in here. And then I had to step back and then you step on me. Now you can check me. You fucked up, son. You done fucked up. Oh, stressing me out in this game. I like that. I like that. I like that. That's I like that for real. I think I need a Gengar hat, Pops. I think I need it. No, no, it can't be a hat. It gotta be a hood. I need a Gengar hood. I definitely need a Gengar hood. Uh, this was a gift from somebody. I don't know. And honestly, I don't know. I wouldn't be able to get you any of the details. All I know is that this joint costs like 150 bones. It was handmade, and it feels like it's 150 bones. Only problem with it, it don't got no tightening band around the head, and I love that about it, honestly. But honestly, if I had it, I'd be happy. Oh wait, shit. Hold on. I forgot I can actually pull this out.
Shine Group Limited. I'm not familiar with their clothes.
They're a really a company that
Fast fashion.
Fast fashion. It's some bad business practices, but very cheap goods now, no longer.
Not cheap any longer.
Yeah.
They announced a bunch of price hikes for the U.S. Markups significantly higher in some categories than others, according to data compiled by Bloomberg News. The average price for the top 100 products in the beauty and health category increased by 51% from Thursday, with several of the items more than doubling in price. For home and kitchen products and toys, the average jump was 30%, led by a massive 377% increase in the price of a 10-piece set of kitchen towels. Women's clothing, the rise was closer to 8%.
What's the first thing you think of?
These are the kinds of goods that are sold in things like Dollar Tree, right? Which is where people are going to be feeling this the most. It's why we talk about tariffs as a regressive tax. The people that are shopping at Dollar Tree are going to experience this most acutely.
100%. Now, I know this is impossible because supposedly the government's paying these. So I don't know how this inflation is happening.
Oh, like the level of conspiracism from this administration, like talking about eliminating income tax. I mean, this is the kind of thing that like we would mock, that conservatives would bandy about on a podcast or a radio show,
John
and how
Birch Society stuff.
how insane it is. But individual income taxes estimated for 2025 are to bring in $2.69 trillion for 1 year, fiscal year, for the federal government. The current tariff estimate is $63 billion.
Well, maybe I'll just cancel my taxes off of the tariffs. How's that?
And then if you replace it with just tariffs, then that's just regressive taxation on the poorest people to replace our already regressive tax system that should be rejiggered to make it so it's like higher taxes on the wealthy. It's insane.
I know Trump just says stuff that comes into his head, but when he was saying that we've been paying out billions and now we're going to get that money back.
Just getting stuff in return.
Do you, is it possible he just has absolutely no idea what tariffs are?
Yeah.
Kind of. Or what a trade deficit is.
That involved reading and the pictures were just too complicated.
Like, I think he views it as some sort of like sports league table, and the America's losing somehow. But it's like, no, we're getting stuff in return for this.
It's so strange.
He was trying to
in a moment, we'll be talking to Ellie Mistel, legal analyst, justice correspondent for The Nation magazine, author of his latest book, Bad Law, 10 Popular Laws That Are Ruining America. Our sponsors today, I've been meaning to do this. I have a new Prolon kitten, and I've been meaning to do it, but things have been a little bit difficult at home these days, a little hectic. But long work weeks, busy weekends can leave you feeling and looking depleted. Hello? Prolon's 5-day fasting mimicking diet works at the cellular level to rejuvenate you from the inside out, providing real results. Now they're up in their game with their new next generation 5-day program delivering the same science-backed benefits in a cleaner, more convenient, and more flavorful format. Prolon is a plant-based nutrition program, features soups and snacks and beverages designed to nourish the body while keeping it in a fasting state, which triggers cellular rejuvenation and renewal. Next Gen builds on the original Prolong with a 100% organic soups and teas, a richer taste, and ready-to-eat meals. It was developed over decades at USC's Longevity Institute, backed by top U.S. medical centers. Prolon has been shown to support biological age reduction, metabolic health, skin appearance, fat loss, and energy. I guess I did mine now over a year ago February, right? And it was great. It wasn't easy peasy, but it was a lot easier than I thought. And I thought I felt a lot better throughout the whole process. But it really is amazing how attached you can get to even a little chocolate, crispy cracker at the end of the day. I lost one day, and it was like, I don't know. I felt like it was like losing a child. Not passing away, but just you can't find them.
Yep.
I was very concerned. I looked everywhere. But I felt great during it. I did the show during it, and nobody here noticed anything except for I had maybe a little bit more energy.
Maybe an improvement, yeah.
True.
All right. For a limited time, you can be first to experience the new Next Gen at special savings. Prolon offering you 15% off site-wide, plus a $40 bonus gift when you subscribe to their 5-day program. Just visit prolonlife.com/majority. That's PROLON life, LIFE.com/majority. Claim your 15% discount and your bonus gift, prolonlife/majority. Put a link in the podcast and YouTube descriptions and at the majority.fm website. Also sponsoring the program today, my go-to every day. It just happens to be in a milk bottle, but of course it's Liquid IV. If you're prepping for a big summer, means you got a plan to stay hydrated, because that's the way you're going to get the most out of your body and live more during those warm summer months. But frankly, you should be hydrated every day of the year. Makes a big difference. Visit liquidiv.com. Maximize your summer plans with sugar-free hydration featuring the new Raspberry Lemonade Hydration Multiplier. Get 20% off your first order with code MajorityRep. MajorityRep at checkout. Every day for, I don't know how many years it's been now. 7, 8 years? It was pre-COVID. I've been drinking at least one of these during the show on days when I forget, like when things get too hectic and I realize I don't have it here and I struggle through it. I feel it at the end of the day. They have true to fruit flavors that help keep you hydrated. I'm on this raspberry lemonade kick. It is sugar-free. They have all sorts of different flavors: acai berry, lemon lime, pina colada, or those sugar-free flavors: raspberry lemonade, white peach, rainbow sherbet. Break the mold, own your own ritual. Just one stick plus 16 ounces of water hydrates better than water alone. Liquid IV is powered by LIV Hydroscience, which is basically an optimized ratio of electrolytes, essential vitamins, clinically tested nutrients that turn ordinary water into extraordinary hydration. 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink. Always non-GMO, vegan, gluten-free, dairy-free, soy-free. Get ready for the summer with extraordinary hydration from Liquid IV. Get 20% off your first order of Liquid IV when you go to liquidiv.com. Use the code MajorityRep at checkout. That's 20% off your first order with the code MajorityRep at liquidiv.com. Link will be in the podcast and YouTube descriptions as well as at majority.fm. Quick break. Ellie Mistel will be joining us. We are back. Sam Cedar, Emma Vigland, the Majority Report. Returning to the program, Ellie Mistel, the justice correspondent for The Nation, legal editor of the Radio Lab podcast, More Perfect. Also, just released a new newsletter you should check out. What is it? What is it called?
Ellie versus the U.S.
Yes. I would love to see that. And as a best-selling author, just came out with a new book, Bad Law, 10 Popular Laws That Are Ruining America. And I just briefly want to say I've read much of the book at this point, and I was so excited to see the airline deregulation stuff in there. Because that's sort of like a pet, just like a pet peeve of mine. But you outline 10 laws in there, really sort of like bodies of laws, but specific laws, and how they have effed up America in many respects. I encourage people to go read that. I imagine, like, you know, you've been out there talking about it quite a bit. I also got to imagine on some level, you're like, well, we got a lot of problems right now with the law.
You know, what's funny about the Airline Deregulation Act is that it seems a little bit like one of these kids is doing his own thing. That's actually the first chapter I wrote. I was literally sitting on a plane that was delayed outside of its gate. Couldn't get back into its gate, and I was molding, and I was kind of started to talk very loudly about the Airline Deregulation Act and about how Federal Society fat cats like put us in this position. And when I kind of was forced to sit back down and shut up, my mother told me to shut up. I was like, you know, if I could just tell this story, people would read it, right? And so as I started initially, that chapter was just going to be like a long form piece for The Nation. And then as I was kind of getting into it, I was like, you know, if I came up with a couple other of these things, this would be a book. And that's really how I got the book. It was from being so pissed off about that law, because there are so many laws like that, and I've said this about the book a lot. You know, my first book, Allow Me to Retort, it was about how conservatives mainly are misinterpreting, according to me, the Constitution. This book, Bad Law, this is about how terrible laws are working exactly as intended, right?
I mean, the airline deregulation, I feel like there was just like that was almost like more of, I mean, there was an attempt at it, but it was almost like more of a mistake. Like there were airline executives who were saying, don't do this.
Right.
Don't do this.
But not just the Republicans, but the Democrats didn't listen, right? And so one of the things in the book, like I call it 10 popular laws. All the laws that I talk about in the book were passed with broad bipartisan support, right? At the time they were passed, they were popular. And a lot of them belatedly, the Democrats are like, oh, that was a terrible mistake, we shouldn't have done that. But the law's still there. Right. And you don't have Democrats kind of organizing and pushing around getting their own mistakes stricken and removed from the books, right? So the Democrats will join some like horrible Republican idea, then 5-10 years later be like, oh my God, how could we be so stupid? And yet the law remains, and yet they don't organize around getting rid of the law. So like I say, like my book is kind of an attempt to start writing Project 2029, right? To start writing what we should smash if we ever get in power. People have been asking me, because, you know, I wrote the book before the election. They were like, oh, would you have written this book if you knew who was going to win? I was like, man, look, my book was locked before Joe Biden's first debate. I wasn't under a lot of illusions writing the book that things were necessarily going to go well for the Democratic Party. But I thought if they didn't go well, again, I'm writing this assuming that Biden is going to be the candidate in 2024. I'm thinking, well, if it doesn't go well, this then becomes a blueprint for what we should be agitating for and organizing around as we head into the next free and fair election, whenever that is. I'm not sure that that's 2028, but if we ever have an opportunity again, these are the kinds of things that we should smash.
I do want to get to this other stuff, but I want to stay on this point because there does not seem to be an apparatus certainly on the left, or even left of the center left, Oop, did we just lose Ellie?
It's the majority report.
Oh, we got to go to a quick break. We just lost. We'll be right back. are back again. Sam Cedar, Emma Vigeland on the Majority Report. Still with Ali Mistel, the justice correspondent for The Nation, who apparently has been saying some bad things about the Trump administration, and somebody snipped his internet for a moment there. It's just a shot across the bow, Ali. So you gotta be careful in that regard. But you know what? I
I'm glad
forgot
it
my
didn't
last.
happen to me in a raid while I was playing an MMO. That would have really sucked.
That would actually have been great if the video was on. That would have been great for us. That would have been quite a clip for TikTok. I can't really remember, frankly, what the last question I had. Oh, there is no. You were telling us about your book and how it's essentially like a to-do list for the next Democratic administration in the event that there ever is one. But we center left, there doesn't seem to really be any entities that are capable or in the game of producing a Project 2029, as it were. We see some of like the neoliberal organizations like the Nickersons and producing stuff like that, and but there really doesn't seem to be a list. I mean, I think frankly, at the American Prospect, they do a lot of that in the run up to the Biden administration, but there's no sort of like concerted movement expression of these things.
Yeah, we don't have. And it's one of the classic problems with liberals and leftists, if you will. We don't have buy-in from all of the constituent parts, right? Like one of the things that I keep trying to get people to understand about Republicans is that one of the reasons they seem to be able to move so aggressively and so in concert is that they're all the same guy.
Yeah.
Right? They're all the same socioeconomic guy fundamentally, right? And so the Republican who really cares about guns is also the Republican who really cares about Jesus, who also is the Republican who really cares about tax cuts. It's like they're fishing from the same pool. And so it's relatively easy to get all of them within a margin of error here, like on the same track towards the same goals. As much as I think Trump's style and proclamations are uniquely dangerous to the idea of American democracy, his policies are fairly like the differences between Trump's policies and Mitt Romney's policies and John McCain's policies and George W. Bush's policies. It's not that much. They're within a center mass of each other. Democrats, we're all over the place. Liberals are all over the place, and trying to get buy-in from all the constituent groups. You want to get the LGBTQ community in there. You want to get the Black community in there. You want to get the Latino community in there. You want to get workers and unions in there. Like, these are all people who don't necessarily see themselves as part of the same group, as part of the same class, as having shared interests. And so that, I think, really limits and weakens us. And it's why we end up having the thing that we could agree upon was that Trump was a fascist, right? That Trump was the orange man was very bad. And true, he is. But as we, I think, have seen in the last election, just saying orange man bad is not actually the kind of thing that motivates people to vote. What motivates people to vote is an actual policy agenda that's going to address their interests. And we are too disparate right now to have a unifying agenda that hits all of our buried constituent groups. It is a long-standing problem with the party, and we see it play out again and again and again. But you said something interesting. You were talking about how the neoliberal groups tend to coalesce here and find ways. And this is to me, that is my fight right now, right? Like 2028 is a long way away. The fight that I got right now is 2026 and in the primary process. Because while I do not know if the 2026 general election will be free and fair, the 2026 Democratic Party primary sure as hell will be. Yep. And like that is a point where liberals and progressives need to take a stand against the people who are insufficiently committed to fighting fascism, right? And that has a historical valence here as well, right? Because if you think about the Tea Party, right, which is the proto MAGA party, well, I guess the Confederate States of America is the proto MAGA party, but the more recent
More
proto
majority into the Tea Party, into
right?
exactly.
The Tea Party announces itself on the political stage not by beating a Democrat, but by taking out a Republican, Eric Cantor in Virginia, an up and coming Republican, and they took him out in the primary. And
David
they put up a
Brat,
crazy
right.
Tea Party person who, by the way, lost the seat.
The next
Tea Party
yep.
lost the seat in the general election because they put up a crazy person as opposed to a moderate, normal Republican person. But the entire Republican Party, they noticed that. They noticed when Cantor got taken out, they noticed that the Tea Party had to be dealt with as a legitimate political force inside their party long before Tea Party morphed into MAGA, morphed into the controlling white junta that runs the country, right? Progressives need to do a similar thing here. We need to take people out in 2026, and that will make the rest of the Democratic establishment at least take the left seriously and at least take progressives seriously, which is not where we are right now.
Yep, I couldn't agree more. And I will just say, though, in Donald Trump's defense, I don't think Mitt Romney would ever have such a strong desire to cut taxes, to raise taxes on millionaires, but only be stopped because the public doesn't want that. So credit to Donald Trump for that. All right, so let's
I
get
also don't
into...
think Mitt Romney would take away his own voters' Social Security, right? I think Mitt Romney was a little bit smarter than that, but we'll see.
I don't know about that. Certainly Paul Ryan was looking to, and Ryan was his vice president. But
that's a good point.
All right, really well, let's get to let's go back 2 weeks because you wrote a piece where you were surprised by the Supreme Court, and in a good way. And I don't think, you rarely get surprised by the Supreme Court anymore, but it's always because you, I think, envision some of the worst things that they could do, and they seem to rarely disappoint you. But you were surprised, I guess it was it one Saturday ago or 2 Saturdays ago, by the Supreme Court. Let's talk about that because there's so many cases out there, and it feels like we keep waiting for them all to rise to the Supreme Court.
Yeah, so 2 Saturdays ago, so last Saturday at 1 o'clock in the morning, the Supreme Court issued an order preventing Trump from deporting a new class of immigrants. Trump had been under a court order to provide potentially out of status Americans with notice before their removal, and with a clear opportunity and instructions for how to object, for how to appeal.
And that's under the Alien Enemies Act.
That's under the people that Trump is deporting under the Alien Enemies Act without ruling on whether or not Trump can use the Alien Enemies the Northern District of Texas, where there wasn't such an injunction against him, and then send people to El Salvador or whatever from the Northern District of Texas as opposed to the Southern District of Texas. So by Friday night, there are reports coming out that Trump administration is loading people on buses for their eventual deportation. And at 1 a.m. on Saturday morning, the Supreme Court said, no, stop, turn the buses around. 7-2. And they did it so quickly that the two justices that dissented, Clarence Thomas and Samuel Alito, because of course, they didn't even wait for Thomas and Alito to write their dissent, which just as a courtesy, the Supreme Court usually does before telling Trump to stop and turn the buses around. So it was really the first time, and I don't think that I'm being hyperbolic here. It is the first time during this second Trump administration
basis in which to deport people, and they felt like it gave them sort of carte blanche to do anything. But was the Supreme Court in that moment, it seems that they were not really addressing anything other than the ability of the administration to sort of like get around a court ruling by switching the jurisdiction in which they do the thing that other jurisdictions had said is contrary to the law.
Exactly, Sam. It was completely procedural. I do not think that the Alien Enemies Act provides a sound legal basis for Trump to deport people. The Alien Enemies Act is something that you use in wartime, if you use it at all. We are not at war. Even if we were at war, I think under current constitutional understanding, the Alien Enemies Act is flatly unconstitutional. So I do not think that it has any basis in sound constitutional law. And a truly urgent Supreme Court would already be striking down Trump's use of the Alien Enemies Act on the merits of his actions, right? The court isn't doing that. This was a completely procedural ruling that, again, goes to Trump's trying to violate not just the letter of the law, but the spirit of the law and the spirit of the court orders by playing jurisdictional games, right? Again, the Supreme Court order saying that he had to give these people notice applied everywhere, right? But the ACLU got specific injunctions in specific districts where he was deporting people from. They applied for an injunction in the Northern District of Texas, but the judge there is a Trump judge, and he wouldn't give it to them. And so Trump tried to get the people he wants to kick out of the country into the Northern District of Texas. And that was, the Supreme Court, I think, obviously saw that it was a blatant and not even subtle attempt to get around a court order, which again, and let's just remember this court order. All the court order says is that you have to give these people notice before you send them to an El Salvadorian prison from which they will never escape.
Well, you have to give them notice and an opportunity to contest, right? I mean, now was the court supporting that element of it, that under the Alien Enemies Act, you must have notice and due process essentially, or were they just basically protecting the power of the court to issue an injunction and you can't escape it? Like, one is we're just protecting our power, not necessarily, supporting due process rights.
Yeah, no, the only ass that John Roberts cares about is his own. This was a straight up covering their own backside with Trump kind of being willing, as he's shown in the past, to flout court orders and to flout injunctions. Trump does not care about the power of the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court cares about its own power. And it's absolutely right to say that this was more of protecting their court orders as opposed to doing anything real to help the soon to be banished Venezuelans. However, they did it. They could have done that on 12 p.m. Monday afternoon. They did it at 1 o'clock Saturday morning. And so it does show, look, the way I put in my piece, the only other time the Supreme Court is issuing orders, in the middle of the night on the weekends is when we're looking at death penalty cases. When we're looking at, your last appeal and the executioner is there with his axe or whatever they're using these days. And we're waiting for the Supreme Court to try to either prevent the literal axe from falling or to allow the person to be killed. Then they'll put out an order, at 1 o'clock in the morning. So getting
sent to El Salvador in that prison is certainly analogous. It appears at this juncture because, you know,
And that's my point. That's my point.
Yep.
Even the Supreme Court at this point is treating being sent to El Salvador like it would treat a death sentence with that level of severity, and thus they are responding with that level of urgency. And it's the first time in this entire administration that I've seen the Supreme Court do it that way. Now, look, I think eventually the 6 Republican judges on the Supreme Court will approve of Trump's, I call it, unconstitutional use of this ridiculous law. I
do you
think
think they'll maintain the imposition of needing notice and due process for that, and then so at the very least they're going to put some constraints and put it within a legal framework, I guess.
But you're
They
saying that you don't think that they're going to say you can't use the Alien Enemies Act.
right. They're not going to
Okay.
stop his use of power. They're going to try to limit the process with which he uses the power. They will sane wash Trump for him.
Yeah.
And that's what they've always done. If we can go back to the first term, Trump v. Hawaii, the Muslim ban, the Supreme Court, the Republicans on the court seem to think that their job is to sane wash Trump, to legal wash Trump, to take his blatantly illegal and unconstitutional orders and reframe it in a way where it could be constitutional in some universe. That's what they think their job is, and that's, I think, what they're ultimately going to do with these deportations to El Salvador. They're going to let him do it, but they're going to want him to do it within a certain kind of due process parameter that will make it easier for them, not me, to swallow over the objection of the 3 liberal judges who will be screaming in dissent to the heavens about this, again, unconstitutional use of a wartime power when we're not at war. That's what I think is, that's where I think this is ultimately going. But they'll sane wash it enough to put it within some kind of legal parameters.
I mean, it hadn't even really occurred to me until you explained it this way, but it feels like there's a disease amongst like lawyers.
Yes.
And that, I mean, because when you talk about sane washing what Trump is doing, putting it into a legal framework, very much it reminds me of what Obama did in trying to clean up George Bush's abuse of wartime. Like, we're going to create a legal framework for this stuff, so it's not sort of cowboy freelance stuff. And I mean, it's almost as if like the idea is like, well, as long as we're doing it in a legal framework, at the end of the day, the society is protected. And then, you know, there were other people in history who've had that sort of idea too, of consolidating this stuff within a legal framework, because then we can go forward. I mean, this is what's so problematic about it.
Look, I like to use the Emperor Palpatine line, right, from Revenge of the Sith, which just had its 20th anniversary this weekend. Don't ask me how I know. And and there's that line where the guy is, the Trade Federation guy is like, oh, Palpatine, is that legal? And Palpatine goes, I'll make it legal. That's what fascists do, yo. They make it legal. It doesn't. This question of what's legal, what's illegal, what's constitutional, what's unconstitutional, what's legal or illegal is at this point what 5 Supreme Court justices say is legal, say is constitutional, and what's illegal and what's illegal at some point comes down to whether or not the executive is going to enforce it. I've said this point so many times before. The Supreme Court has no army. The Supreme Court has no enforcement mechanism. The Supreme Court relies on the executive branch to enforce their rulings. What happens when the executive branch doesn't? Trump is the person who controls the military. He's the one who controls the paramilitary at the FBI. He's the one who can send boots on the grounds into Hannah Duggan's courtroom to arrest her, right? They're not going to arrest themselves, no matter how many court orders you get saying that wasn't legal or that shouldn't have happened. Trump's not going to arrest himself. He's not going to arrest his own people. He's not going to arrest Elon Musk. He's not going to sick the FBI on Elon Musk, right? So Trump controls raw power, not political power, not judicial power, not theoretical power, Trump controls raw power. And
well, to out nerd you for a sec, Ellie, that's Cersei Lannister saying power is power. But it's also like when we talked to Rachel Cohen, gosh, that must have been a month ago or so. She was, I think, one of the people that resigned as an associate at one of the big law firms over their decision. She was saying, we were asking her, what is the reasoning? And a lot of these lawyers and partners think that they're smarter than Donald Trump. And I think there's a bit of that disease that goes all the way up to the Supreme Court, where they may take umbrage with his kind of disrespect of the court's authority. I think appealing to their ego is maybe one of the only things we have left. But they still, at the end of the day, feel like they fetishize the argument process so much to the point that they don't understand how to combat somebody using raw power like this, where you can't outsmart him because it's not about an argument or outsmarting somebody. It's about using your power and doing so decisively.
I think it goes further than Emma. I think they agree with him. They want the same policies that he wants. They might not like the way that he's doing it all the time. They might wish that he would do these things in a more normal, argumentative, due process kind of way, but they want to get to the exact same place that Trump is already going, right? And I think that we give almost these Supreme Court justices or these lawyers a little bit too much credit by assuming they are on the right side of history at some level, by assuming that they also believe in a multiracial, multi-ethnic, pluralistic democracy that's built on. We think they agree. We want to say that they agree with that, but there's scant evidence that they do.
But I think they believe in their own power, right? I think that they are motivated to protect their own power. That's the one thing we have here. That's my one point. Right.
That I agree with totally, Emma. But again, part of the way that you protect your own power during a fascist administration is to let the fascist have what he wants, right?
Conserve your power. Don't get into conflict with them unless it's sort of like a direct assault on you. If you can deflect it in any way and be this is,
conserving your power at this point also just means surviving, the Trump administration, right? It's it's the difference between Columbia's approach and Harvard's approach, right? Like,
well, let's talk about that because you wrote about Harvard's approach, and I just saw a story today that is talking about 10 universities, mostly in the Northeast, that have basically formed, a loose, I guess, collective to strategize how to deal with what the Trump administration is doing.
Right. Columbia is acting like the University of Heidelberg in 1938 Germany, right? Trump and the fascists are coming to crush education, and Columbia has made the business decision, if you will, the executive decision that all they want to do is survive. All they want to do is survive through it, and they're willing to sacrifice their entire reputation to do it, figuring that they will be able to get it back when this is all over, right? If they can survive the takeover, then at some point in the future, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, they'll, just like the University of Heidelberg still exists today and doesn't always get tarnished with what they did in the 30s and 40s, right? Like Columbia is trying to survive. Harvard is trying to fight it. Harvard is trying to take a stand and saying this far and no further. Harvard is not going for the okie doke. Now, there are a couple of advantages Harvard has that Columbia doesn't have. Columbia is a very wealthy institution. Harvard is the first or second most wealthy university on the globe, right? There are very few institutions. Trump has frozen $2.2 billion of research funding at Harvard. There are very few institutions where $2.2 billion doesn't represent an existential threat to your existence, right? If somebody throws $2,200 from me, I'd be like, oh, God, I'm not going to replace that money. I need, right? Harvard, $2.2 billion, it hurts, but it ain't going to, they'll keep stepping. I got my 25th reunion coming up. I've joked they could probably raise $1 billion from my class heading into June if they had to, right? Like Harvard is one of the places that can not afford to lose, but can lose $2.2 billion without it being an existential threat to their entire existence. So they're in a stronger position to fight than Colombia. But still, they're actually fighting, right? And they're fighting, I think, and I wrote about this in The Nation, their lawsuit, I think, is very elegant, by making it both a very clear First Amendment concern. What Trump is asking these universities to do goes directly to who they hire as professors and who they admit as students, and that is a straight up First Amendment issue. You don't get to tell a university what kind of professors they hire, right? Because you can see
That
it in
seems totally like such a slam dunk, and also like we don't like how you're handling protesters. I mean, the Columbia stuff. It seems to me, and I think this is the case with some of the law firms too, is that they may not be full-throated support in terms of, like, every entity, because none of these institutions are individuals, but the force of whatever the influences are on these institutions, and it's more narrow, I guess, at some of these law firms too, is somewhat aligned with the idea of you need to punish these pro-Palestinian protesters more. Like, there is a Zionist influence in these spaces that I think, absent Trump doing this stuff, they wouldn't necessarily invite it, but it makes it easier for them to go along with it because, like, some of the outcomes are probably ones that they're happy with.
And you can see it so obviously if you just reverse the victims just for 2 seconds, right? Imagine I'm president or somebody looked just like me is president, and then you showed me the clip of Ole Miss. Really, any day at Ole Miss, probably, but specifically the clip where the frat boys are menacing that black woman on campus at Ole Miss. If I'm president and I have Trump's powers, with the powers that Trump claims to have, as president, then I could just go to Ole Miss and say, you know what? You didn't punish those students enough, so I'm pulling your federal funding. Boom. What's to stop me from doing that? Well, in fact, there are tons of laws and tons of constitutional principles, to say nothing of the First Amendment, that should stop me as president from punishing Ole Miss for insufficiently punishing racist people on their campus. And I'm just using Ole Miss because that's the most recent one I could think of off the top of my head. You don't want me
Coincidentally, a
to
week
go
ago at this
through-
time, I was driving through Ole Miss.
What?
That's a different story. I'll tell you about, but I was there last week.
But it's a jarring video because of what you're describing, how white supremacy and Zionism are completely interlinked. Do you think those frat kids at Ole Miss are like, going to Israel all the time? No, they just fundamentally understand, there's something about Zionism that works very neatly with my white supremacy, and I'm going to meld these two things in my ideology.
The easiest way to understand this is to think about what powers a president should have or shouldn't have, right? I shouldn't be able to pull taxpayer funding from Ole Miss because I don't like how they punish their protesters. I shouldn't be able to go to the University of Alabama and say, like, you know what? You haven't hired enough black football coaches, so unless you hire more black people to coach football, I'm going to pull your taxpayer funding. Like, I shouldn't be able to do that. And in fact, and that's the other brilliant thing about the Harvard lawsuit, it's not just that they shouldn't be able to do that under the principles articulated under the First Amendment. There's also a law here. It's called the 1964 Civil Rights Act. And the Civil Rights Act specifies exactly what you're supposed to do if you feel like an institution that gets federal dollars is insufficiently committed to fighting racism, which would include anti-Semitism, right? And there's a whole procedure. You got to have a hearing. You got to give them an opportunity to voluntarily comply. If they don't comply, you have to submit a letter to the House and the Senate explaining exactly how the university didn't comply. And then if you're going to pull their funding, you can only pull the funding for the tailored, narrow program you say is out of compliance with the Civil Rights Act. Somebody please tell me how Harvard's cancer funding, cancer research, has anything to do with anti-Semitism, right? Are they only giving cancer treatments to Palestinians? I don't think so. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's not how cancer research works, right? So again, not just the First Amendment up here, the Civil Rights Act tells us exactly how we're supposed to handle this situation, and Trump is just completely ignoring it, and the Republicans are completely ignoring it. And that's the other reason why Harvard's lawsuit has a real chance, I think, to succeed, even in front of this conservative Supreme Court. And it's why the other universities should have fought too. It's why it's why a place like Columbia doesn't get off the hook, even though it's in a weaker position than Harvard, because there's a clear statutory requirement that the Trump administration fails to do when forcing Columbia's hand.
And I mean, on some level, that should have happened. I feel you could say the same argument for law firms. Even it seems like even more so. Like
Law firms are just the law firms are just cowards. Like the universities have real funding concerns, and again, I don't think that they're all handling them well. But there's real money involved here. The law firms are just straight sniveling cowards. You and I, Sam, know how much these law firms actually collude in the marketplace when it suits them, right? They collude on associate salaries. They collude on bonuses. They collude on partner pay compensation. They collude on their billable hours. Right. Like literally the rates that they charge to clients for the work, that they have colluded to figure out what the right price point is that the market will bear. So you can't tell me that they can't collude to figure out how to fight fascism. If they wanted to, they could, and they would. Again, they already want to go where Trump is leading them.
I mean, if I was a law student today, aside from desperately wanting to not be one anymore, I would be just the idea that anybody would go and work for one of these firms. Like, what? Like, are you kidding me?
You know what's interesting, Sam, though, is
that all of their pro bono work, I think, is going to end up being actually defending the government against some of these removal cases.
Yeah.
People have argued, just as an aside, people have wondered why the pro bono work at large law firms leans liberal towards liberal organizations as opposed to conservative organizations. And it's like, well, do you not understand what pro bono means? It means that you're doing legal work for free. If the client can afford to pay, you would want them to pay for your legal services, right? The conservative aligned organizations have money. And so when we do legal work for them, we want them to pay a bill. The liberal aligned organizations, for the most part, don't have money. And so that's why it is pro bono, for free. We're going to do this because when we want to get paid, we go, that's when we do the Republicans and the conservatives bidding, right? If I want to represent Exxon, I'm going to be able to get a check for that. If I want to represent Habitat for Humanity, I might need to do that pro bono. That's the difference, right? So that's just an aside. One thing that's weird though, Sam, is that, and I wonder if you've got this too. I have a lot of people asking me through any network that they can get in touch with me, saying that now I really want to go to law school. The Trump administration makes me want to go to law school because it feels like the lawyers are the ones who are doing the fighting right now. Certainly not the Democratic Party, right? It's the lawyers.
Well, Chuck Schumer's writing a letter. There's been a very strongly worded letter. I'm not sure if you're aware of that.
A placard ready to go about like how it's all very, very
strong
wrong.
Questions, right? Ellie. Don't be so. The strong questions,
right? And so when I've told these people who are coming to me like, should I go right now? I'm always like, well, if you do go for free. Because if you want to go specifically to fight things like the Trump organization, things like MAGA, you can't graduate $200,000, $300,000, $400,000 in debt. Because if you do, you're going to end up working for one of these sniveling coward big law firms and representing Exxon. Because that's how you're going to be able to pay your debts. And you might say, oh, I'll only do it for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years until I pay the money back. But life has a way of banking you in. So if you're thinking about going to law school specifically because you want to do things like fight the Trump administration or whatever Trump administration progeny exists by the time you get out, then it becomes imperative that you do those 3 years as cheaply as possible so that you're not locked in to only taking a Manhattan Wall Street law firm job in order to pay back those debts.
Just pivoting to that last, like sort of, I guess, vertical of questions here. This dynamic we have. I don't know how many active cases there are now against the administration. It feels like it's well over 100 at this point.
It's over 200. It might be
over 200.
300 now.
Okay. What? Give me your sense of this dynamic, because I've mentioned this before. The Bannon theory of governance, which certainly seems like the Trump administration is doing this time around, is to flood the zone. It feels like what's happening, not without reason, and certainly it's all called for, but that the universe of...
That's my stomach grumbling.
That's
Sorry
crazy.
about that.
The universe of organizations that are challenging the Trump administration on various grounds legally seems to have overwhelmed the DOJ, maybe even the legal system in and of itself. Like, that's a lot of cases in a short amount of time. And the DOJ has to provide an answer in each one of these cases. And it seems to be like, we need to punt. We need to punt. We need to punt. And so just give me your sense of like the overall trajectory of these things and what cases you think are going to be the ones to rise to the Supreme Court and we're going to get some sort of resolution on.
I mean, look, the flooding, I can't even keep my internet connection working, right? Like the flooding the zone is happening and it's overwhelming. And I think it's not just short-circuiting the DOJ, it's short-circuiting the news media. The news media can't even begin to keep up with everything that's going on. Even for people who have legal training, it's overwhelming. Can you imagine if you don't? If these are the first times you've been introduced to some of these it's completely overwhelming, and it all accrues to Trump's benefit because it makes it sound like a legal morass, right? You lose the humanity in it. Trump deported a 2-year-old American citizen over the weekend, and you lose that aspect of it. There was a story in the Gothamist about how, because Trump has cut funding for legal aid, for children ages 4, 5, and 6 who are facing deportation hearings are having to go to those hearings without a lawyer because no lawyer can be provided for them because Trump cut the funding, and that story gets almost completely missed. Right? Yep. 4-year-olds having to go to court and talk to a judge without legal representation. What kind of country is that? It's ours, and we don't even know it in some cases, right? So yes, the flooding the zone is terrible, and it's absolutely working. The way that the Supreme Court will handle that, I think, is to consolidate many cases, as many cases as possible, and issue, again, what I think are going to be fairly aggressively pro-Trump rulings in terms of his use of executive power, right? So you don't maybe even get to the point where the Harvard case gets all the way up to the Supreme Court because you make a general statement, Trump is allowed to freeze funding in the various ways, and that kicks all the cases back down for relitigation and further, remand and further litigation, right? You make one pronouncement about his deportations, about his mass deportations, and it kicks all the cases back down the ladder, so they have to be relitigated and re-argued again under the new guidance given by the Supreme Court, right? So I think that's how the court is going to handle it, to lock people in endless litigation. And again, that helps the person, Trump, who's already in power, who has that real physical power. I've said a lot with the funding cases, all the court orders in the world, if Trump doesn't turn the money back on, what then? Right? Trump turns the money off, and then you have to fight like dogs to try to get him to turn the money back on. But that whole time, you didn't have any money. And right. For a lot of people, that means your organization was done. And we've already seen with El Salvador. If he gets you to El Salvador, good luck ever getting back. Like, good luck ever getting back, no matter what legal court order ruling happens afterwards, right? And so I think in a lot of these cases, it's going to accrue to Trump's benefit to lock people in endless litigation because he's got the physical power right now. And so I think that's where when I say like we're living in a fascist dictatorship or we're in the midst of a constitutional crisis, this is what I'm talking about. What happens or doesn't happen in our country right now is entirely up to the whim of one man. There is no congressional oversight. There is no judicial oversight. There are no states' rights. There are no individual rights. What happens to people in a really physical way has everything to do with what one guy feels like that morning. If he wakes up on the wrong side of the Big Mac, you get deported. If he feels like having golf that day, you maybe get to stay in the country for another 2 days. That is tyranny. That's not the rule of law. We're at his whim. And people need to get that.
Ellie Mistal, thanks so much for your time. Is there a clearinghouse of those 300 cases or so? Is there some type of like Google document that people are adding it to or something?
The website Lawfare has a litigation tracker that has just lists them all and the current procedural disposition of each of the cases. They've been doing excellent work. Sorry, I said Lawfare. I meant Just Security. Just Security.
Oh, okay. Lawfare's good too, though, right? They've been following.
Does a great job following up. Just Security has the full litigation tracker of just everything that's there, and they've been doing great work.
Well, you have two, Ellie. Ellie Mistal. The book is Bad Law, 10 Popular Laws That Are Ruining America, on top of how ruined America is getting. Thanks so much for your time, Ellie. We'll put a link to that book and, of course, to your columns and your newsletter, Ellie Mistal versus the U.S. Is that what it is? Takes on the U.S.?
Yeah. No, LEVUS. Let's go.
LEVUS. Appreciate the time, man.
Round 23. All right.
Thanks.
Thanks,
Have a nice one.
Okay, folks. That's the good news for today.
Yep.
Bit ominous that his power went out and the whole solar flare causing cable cars to die in the middle of their course in Spain.
Weird stuff. Weird stuff. I guess maybe we're entering into that period of the Trump administration.
Be a good time for the magnetic polarity of the Earth to shift. Look up what happens whenever that happens.
Wait, what happens?
We lose our ability to block radiation from the sun for about a few hundred years. So.
Wait, what?
Wait, why would you be excited about that?
I am being sarcastic.
Oh.
Just one of the morbid sort of apocalyptic
I
thoughts
wouldn't mind one of those EMT things where it is that what it is? Like the EMTs where it shuts down all the communications?
Yeah.
I mean,
you want one of those?
Yeah, for a week we would have to take the show on hiatus.
I mean, we could just do that.
We do it live.
As long as these tubes work, we have to fill them with content.
Exactly.
We'll shout the show in the square.
Meanwhile,
I'm so sorry. I'm gonna have some granola in the. I'm dieting for the wedding. I don't know what to tell you guys.
Your body has basically said.
I'm and this weekend I'm like pizza, beer, like going all. So now I'm on my Monday back to
So you're behind
dieting, and then my stomach's like I miss all that pizza and wings we were having this weekend. But anyway, so
they're eating the dogs, the people that came in.
It's EMP, not
dogs.
EMT. Thank you. And also, apparently, Ellie was wrong on which Star Wars it was or whatever. I can't. I don't know.
Wow.
Everybody, all of a sudden, we became a culture podcast.
I get to take his nerd card away.
Folks, it's your support that makes this show possible. Oh, wait. We should do this news, actually. Jerry Conley, the ranking member of the Government Oversight and Accountability Committee, is stepping down. Is he resigning? He's not resigning from Congress.
He is stepping down from
his chairmanship.
But he said that he's going to be basically making an announcement about his future, I think, in Congress as well. He's stepping down from Congress.
Oh, yeah.
We will win.
The sun is setting on my time in public service, and this will be my last term in Congress. I will be stepping back as ranking member of the Oversight Committee soon with no rancor and a full heart, which is all that matters. I move
care
into
about
this
that.
final chapter full of pride in what we've accomplished together over 30 years. Look, it's sad that he has had a recurrence of his cancer. What were we doing? So he got, this is the Make-A-Wish like ranking situation. So he got to
It
be it
was
for
his
4
turn.
months. Yeah, it was his turn.
And,
The American people love when people take turns in the right order.
Right.
And that's what it's all about the turns.
It's his turn. Right.
So my understanding now, we should remind people this is the committee that AOC also ran to within the Democratic caucus to be the chair of, and I can't remember what the vote was, but she lost by like I don't know.
Dozens, but she got a good amount.
Oh yeah, she for someone who did not have seniority, she got a like 84 votes, I think it was. I can't.
Good
remember
memory. 131 to 84.
And so there's a question as to who fills in when a vacancy occurs. This is my understanding that the steering committee, which is like the nominating committee, will usually recommend a replacement. This committee, as you know, is led by the Democratic leadership. And then the full House Democratic caucus would vote on that recommendation. The vote can be contested if, one or more candidate seeks the chairmanship, which is what happened last time. Seniority is not the final determinant, but of course, as we saw with Connolly winning, if you're the oldest person running, and maybe it helps to have like some type of terminal illness, you get the benefit of the doubt, apparently, in the Democratic caucus.
You get Nancy Pelosi to intervene on your behalf.
First off, let me just say that this is an indictment of the caucus because it was quite clear. I take no joy in this, but it was quite clear that Connolly was not going to serve out this term. In fact, I think after that first, we played 1 or 2 videos of him. Maybe it was the second one when he it was gone for a month and he came back, and we were all like 3 or 4 months. That's it.
Ken Klippenstein have been tracking this. He didn't do a cable news appearance as the ranking member of the House Oversight Committee for a month. For a month. This is the top House Communications Committee.
And how long was he the leader of that Oversight Committee? Like 4 months?
Less.
Yeah.
To deny AOC this position now, like the leadership needs to come out and strongly endorse her.
Yep.
To deny her at this point, they might as well just blow up the caucus.
The party.
I mean, honestly, like to deny her of the leadership is an all-out declaration of war by the Democratic leadership. Make no mistake about it. It is an all-out declaration of war. They prevented her from getting onto this, chairing this committee before. If they prevent her again, it is an all-out declaration of war. They are basically saying, we know how this looks. We have no justification for it.
Yep.
We are willing to risk this.
And to AOC's credit, she has put them in a very difficult position to, and has put Hakeem Jeffries between a rock and a hard place on this front because of exactly what you're saying. It becomes immensely clear. And then pairing this with the way that she's polling against Chuck Schumer, like even if you wanted to protect Chuck Schumer, I think it would be the best move to put her on
100%.
Oversight Committee. So you can sell it to those members who like Chuck and the conservative dinosaurs in the party and be like, you want to satiate her appetite to have a more prominent leadership position in the party. She could primary a Chucky, which she should still do anyway if she gets oversight, but we can put that aside for a second. Give her this. At least give her this. I mean, remember when there was that whole fight about not putting Marjorie Taylor Greene on committees, and she ended up getting on for the Republicans? Like, yeah, this is part of it. AOC is connected to the base, not the same person as Marjorie Taylor Greene, but similar fundraising apparatus. And Marjorie Taylor Greene fundraises a lot from the base, unfortunately.
The Democratic leadership is in a very, very tough situation now because they either put her on, have her chair that committee, and nobody's going to believe that they don't have the ability to make this happen. Nobody. They either have her chair that committee, and she's going to do so much better than Connolly in getting these stories out and in getting like people engaged in this stuff. And we'll play this clip of Pritzker, who's decided to run for president basically in support of this anti-oligarchy tour. It's ironic. He's a billionaire. Class traders welcome. But he has come out, and you think about like the people who have really come out strongly. There's been 3, right? Walz, Pritzker, and what's his face in Connecticut? Murphy. And they've all been very aggressive. Aggressive in the way that AOC would be. They either put her in a position where she's going to get more and more publicity in terms of her fighting, or they basically create a outsider martyr in her.
Yes.
Which I think would be even more problematic for someone like Chuck Schumer.
Or for her to run for president. Like, I mean, there was concern, and, I follow Edinger Mentum's writing in his Substack where he was saying, has she tarnished her brand by, and her outsider status that is so, like, why she can get Trump voters who vote for her down ballot in her own district, with her support for Biden and Kamala Harris and stumping for them. The poll numbers haven't shown that to be the case. And if they want to make an even further martyr out of her, somebody who is outside of the party, and voters hate both parties, they make her stronger by denying this. I mean, this is why she's done an expert job at the inside and outside game. They deny her, they're screwed. And they give her more publicity, they're screwed.
Yep.
So
it's good.
Good luck.
We'll see what happens with that. In the fun half, we'll play some of those clips from Pritzker. We'll play Chuck Schumer's big move. Big move to fight Donald Trump.
You see Cory Booker and Hakeem Jeffries are doing a sit-in on the steps of the Capitol that we're supposed to care about again. Another simulated bit of resistance to get the polling numbers up among progressives that don't really pay attention to things.
Yeah. They're threatened by that.
This is the weather for
those
that.
rallies.
I want to see a sit-in on the steps of in D.C. in late July.
How about
that's where I start to have respect.
I want Cory Booker to do a sit-in at Shabtai, the Jewish outreach sort of group that he co-founded in the 90s that invited Ben Gvir to Yale. I'd like him to do a sit-in there. If it's time to speak up for freedom and you can never keep your voice silent, do it now, buddy.
Some people are saying that their money's on oversight for Crockett. I don't agree with that. I think that would be a huge mistake. I also think that Crockett was too smart to Bigfoot AOC and then put herself in opposition to her, because she's kind of like, even though her politics aren't as good, she's still riding some of that momentum with this newer generation of Democrats. You don't want to put yourself on the opposite side of AOC if you're Jasmine
I
Crockett,
just don't think that's
in my view. She's also even greener. She's even newer to Congress.
Yeah.
I don't agree.
Highly unlikely.
It's AOC or somebody else who's old and as shit. Yeah.
Steny Hoyer, is he out?
Can't we find
Pelosi for
Hey, Pelosi's not even in the top 5 for the oldest House members. So at a young 83, she's only number 6.
Is there not a Democrat who's missed significant time for illness that we could put in there?
Yeah, let's ask the doctors who's the most likely to go soonest.
Pelosi meets the criteria with that hip she cracked right before putting Connolly to the forefront.
We got to check and see if anybody has pancreatic cancer first before we do anything too rash.
That's our DEI.
DIE.
Folks, it's your support that makes this show possible. You can become a member at jointhemajorityreport.com. When you do, you not only help this show survive and thrive, you get the free half, free of commercials. And then you get the fun half. And gosh, it's so fun in the fun half these days. JoinTheMajorityReport.com. Also, JustCoffee.coop. Fair Trade Coffee. Hot chocolate. Use the coupon code Majority. Get 10% off. Try this coffee, folks. Right now, I would buy a 5-pound bag. $200. We've got so many deals. We're going to make so much money. Coffee. Coffee in every cup.
We're going to do coffee factories in the Ozarks.
We're going to have beautiful avocados. Nobody's going to grow avocados.
Call the greenhouse.
Left Reckoning, Matt.
Vincent Bevins tomorrow, 7 o'clock Eastern Time, talking about his Movimento Sem Terra on Brazil's landless workers movement. A really great interview, talking to him for about 40 minutes. So check that out, patreon.com/leftreckoning.
See you in the fun half. Three months from now, 6 months from now, 9 months from now. And I don't think it's going to be the same as it looks like in 6 months from now. And I don't know if it's necessarily going to be better 6 months from now than it is 3 months from now. But I think around 18 months out, we're going to look back and go like, wow. What? What is that going on? It's nuts. Wait a second. Hold on for a second. Emma, welcome to the program.
Hey.
Matt!
What is up, everyone?
Nomi Key.
You did it. Let's go, Brandon.
Let's go, Brandon.
Bradley, you want to say hello?
Sorry to disappoint everyone. I'm just a random guy.
It's all the boys today.
Fundamentally false.
No, I'm sorry. Women's.
Stop talking
Oh,
for a
wow.
second and let me finish.
Where is this coming from, dude?
But dude, you want to smoke this 7A?
Yes.
Hi, me? This me?
Yes.
Is this me?
Is it me?
It is you.
Is this me? Hello, is this me?
I think it is you. Who is you? No sound. Every single freaking day. What's on your mind?
Sports.
We can discuss free markets and we can discuss capitalism.
I'm gonna go throw up.
Libertarians.
They're so stupid, though.
Common sense says, of course.
Gobbledygook.
We fucking nailed him.
So what's 79 plus 21?
Challenge Matt.
I'm positively quivering. I believe 96, I want to say.
857-210-35. 501. 1 half. 3 8s.
9/11, for instance.
$3,400, $1,900.
5 4 $3 trillion sold. It's a zero-sum game.
Actually, you're making me think less of it.
But let me say this. Poop.
Call it satire. Sam goes at satire.
On top of it all,
Yeah.
my favorite part about
Yeah.
you is just like every day, all day, like
Yeah.
everything you do.
Without a doubt. Hey, buddy, we see you. All right, folks.
It's just the weak being weeded out, obviously.
Yeah, sun's out, guns out. I don't know.
But you should know.
People just don't like to entertain ideas anymore.
I have a question. Who cares?
Our chat is enabled, folks.
I love it.
I do love that.
Look, Gotta jump. Gotta be quick. I gotta jump.
I'm losing it, bro.
2 o'clock. We're already late, and the guy's being a dick. So screw him. Sent to a gulag?
Outrageous.
Like, what is wrong with you?
Love you, bye.
Love you. Bye-bye. We are back. Sam Cedar, Emma Vigland.
I'm on tank. Jesus, I'm a mess today.
On the Majority Report, it's the fun half, ladies and gentlemen.
There we go.
The fun half. We're going to start with number 3, I think. We were just talking about the news that shocking news that Jerry Connolly is going to be stepping down after 4 months, really 3.5, really 3 months and like a quarter from his position of ranking member of the Oversight Committee. He's not the chair. The chair is, of course, by the Republicans. And how we were talking about AOC, she ran for this position 4 months ago, was beat by Connolly 131 to 84 votes. And it should be, if she still wants that position, it should be a slam dunk for the Democratic leadership to essentially nominate her through the steering committee. You have to remember that A, she has the best mechanism to which to communicate to people what's going on with the Trump administration. There is no other Democrat who exists who has the ability to communicate more than AOC. That's just simply the fact.
I mean, you could argue Bernie, but he's in the Senate. In the House, the gap is like, I mean, it's enormous.
It's not even close.
Yeah.
And if your interest is taking back the House in 2026, the idea that the best communicator the Democrats have for Democrats is AOC. There's just no, I mean, I can read off the other people on the Oversight Committee, and I guarantee you the number of people on that list who are known, there's just nobody who's even knows these names in the way that people know AOC. Never mind her ability to reach people. It's just a slam dunk. So we will see based on that. You can already see the pushback from AOC and Bernie on their anti-oligarchy tour. It's coming from all sorts of corners. Stefanik, did I say it right?
Mm-hmm.
Coming out, nobody knows what oligarchy means. We should be saying kings. You don't say that if you think that the message is not getting out. Why would you have to? Like, why would you have to make the argument that why would you have to make the argument that in some way AOC is not being effective? Like, AOC responded to this. We should just pop this up. This is number 7.
She sent, speaking of communication, she apparently sent this out to her huge fundraising list in response to Stefanik. A vast majority of voters can already correctly identify the definition of the word oligarchy, but for those who seem to have trouble with it, here's a sticker to help you remember. So she's selling stickers now that say oligarchy, a government where power is concentrated in the hands of the wealthy elite. See the United States under Donald Trump 2025. Well done. And Stefanik started this round. This is not, you can't blame this on the left again. They were going on their anti-oligarchy tour. Stefanik.
Wait, it's not Stefanik. It's Slotkin. You're supposed to correct me on this. It's Slotkin. But Slotkin,
what's the difference besides party?
Yeah, right.
Exactly.
Both kind of deep state plants almost, but like plants is too strong. But you know what I'm saying. But Slotkin, Jesus Christ!
No, it's supposed to go the other way. I'm not supposed to ruin your memory of this. You're supposed to help mine.
Okay, well, it's deteriorating. But either way, she came out and she was representing the corporate wing of the Democratic Party. She just got elected to the Senate. She's not up for another 6 years. So she stuck her neck out and was like, let's stop talking about the billionaires. Let's just focus on Donald Trump, the king, as a solo individual. It also disconnects him from the Republican Party if he's a king. So they're retreading this same old appeal to Republican suburbanites. That's what Slotkin represents. She took the shot to try to sap Bernie and AOC of this energy, and AOC responded, and now they're all still crying that she dared to respond to Slotkin.
And understand, if their tour was not effective, and their tour was not just effective with the hundreds of thousands of people who've come out to see it, in largely red districts, incidentally, but if their tour was not effective in giving some direction to the Democratic Party, you would not hear from Slotkin. Here's Bernie responding.
Because it's a phrase that doesn't resonate with all Americans. Are you missing a chance to speak to a wider audience, Senator?
Well, geez, we had 36,000 people out in Los Angeles, 34,000 people in Colorado. We had 30,000 people in Folsom, California, which is kind of a rural area. I think the American people are not quite as dumb as Ms. Slotkin thinks they are. I think they understand very well. When the top 1% owns more wealth than the bottom 90%, when big money interests are able to control both political parties, they are living in an oligarchy. And these
I just love the framing. You're the only one who's drawing any crowds. You're the only one going out there. Do you think that you're doing this wrong?
People are drawn out of confusion. Like, what are you saying? Oh, what?
I thought it was a garlicky festival. It's my favorite.
Olive garlic?
But you know that this is effective. That is why even like this guy,
Mr. Wonderful.
Mr. Wonderful. And I saw some clip. I don't know where it was. He was wearing a bathrobe. He was in some type of like boxing ring. He was clearly not going to box. I don't know what that was. But he's on.
He plays a capitalist on TV.
He's on CNN, Mr. Wonderful, and attempting to revive the whole thing that AOC, remember, this is what Trump did his first term. They should go back to where they live. I don't know if people remember this about the squad.
Yep.
This is the theme they're going to try and revive. Again, this is what they tried with Obama, just because they saw Obama as a threat. This is what they do with people who are not lily white.
You know, the ambassador of America, the CEO, the president, they have to embody the American dream. That's their number one job. Our number one export is not technology or energy. It's the American dream. People come to America.
Pause it for a second. I just
dream.
want to make something clear. And we'll go back. A couple of things. Donald Trump fulfilled the American dream of being a multi-millionaire when he was born, and then just letting that money accrue. I will also add that this dude's from Canada. He's Canadian.
He has 3 citizenships and none of them are American.
Well, that is the American dream.
Come here to
be on TV in America, taking American jobs.
Playing a capitalist. He's an actor capitalist. He plays one on TV.
Ironically, if he were to be coming here and immigrating to the United States because this was the best opportunity for him to play a fake capitalist or play a capitalist on television as a part, that would be the American dream.
Why is he not buying the $5 million gold ticket? Cheap. Son. All right, go ahead.
Have to embody the American dream. That's their number one job. Our number one export is not technology or energy. It's the American dream. People come to America to achieve the American dream. She embodies the American nightmare. And so she could never, ever, because she doesn't believe that people should succeed in wealth. And this is a huge problem for her. What makes America so...
Only success is not wealth. I mean, she came from very modest backgrounds. She was a waitress. I mean, I think that story, a lot of people would say that is the American dream. I think that is what...
She does not support capitalism.
No, well, I'm saying, I guess what I'm saying is like, what if she's a democratic socialist, but that's that. But what if some Americans say the most important thing is not facilitating the rich getting richer? That is literally the message she's running on.
You just tainted the American dream with that statement. Do you understand that? You tainted what makes America work. You should take that back. I forgive you for that. I forgive you for that. Don't ever say that again.
All I am suggesting, Kevin, is that there are many Americans who work really hard, and their aspiration is not to become super.
Okay. First off, the proper response that Abby Phillips gives in that is, get the F out of here.
Point to the door.
Go away, you effing idiot.
Well.
But aside from this foreigner coming in and telling us what we should be doing in America and what the American dream is, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our latest feature entitled Matt Gives Us Some Literary History from a guy with a master's degree in literature. Well, actually, technically media studies, but never mind.
Yeah, media, culture, communication. Well, which literature is part? The guy name
is war
is
you guys have going on here.
James Truslow Adams. First coined the term American Dream in 1931. Part of his book, The Epic of America, and he described it, quote, "Not a dream of motor cars and high wages merely, but a dream of a social order in which each man and each woman," this is 1931, "shall be able to attain to the fullest stature of which they are innately capable and be recognized by others for what they are, regardless of the fortuitous circumstances of birth or position."
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, there is the actual American dream, not the one that this Canadian citizen of 3 other countries that he's bought his citizenship for actually believes it is.
So we're going to have to, and I think one of those is, I think there's a birth of parents or whatever, but no, again, none of those is American. I just think it's really gross that CNN continues to have this guy on. He was in there earlier a few months ago saying, you know what, you got to move fast and break things and just slash stuff. He was supporting Doge. He has no, talk about skin in the game. He has no skin in the game with regards to our government. It's disgusting. And I don't know why, they all laugh at him sort of doing this thing where, how dare you say that? He should not be invited back to poison the minds and literally waste the mental capacity of American citizens at a scale that would put Roman bread and circuses to shame.
Yeah, I mean, they also on that panel, Scott Jennings is there on the left, who is their paid Trump apologist who they have on payroll. But Abby Phillip, to me, there is doing a thing that a lot of sometimes women have to do in media and other corporate jobs, laughing just to get through it. But the way that he disrespected her there is just insane. And the way he told her, you say this, you take it back. Bitch, this is her show. Get off air. Get off air. And but that level of arrogance that he has is astounding.
And he's a charlatan. I mean, look at his business career for what it is. It's like buying a toy company, the Mitt Romney special, and running out of business. Mattel is specifically. Google Kevin O'Leary Mattel. The idea that we should look at venture capitalists as anything other but order of magnitude bigger problem snake oil salesman is why we're lost in this country and why China is moving on high-speed rail and electric cars, and we're dealing with these charlatans.
I will say there is it's quite a coincidence that the coinage of the American dream happened in 1931 where this guy was president. And we very well may be returning to that situation under the auspices of Donald Trump. I mean, it was in the depths of the Depression when the American dream was defined. And it wasn't in the context of everyone having more money. It was in everyone realizing their own worth and humanity. Divorced from rich guys like this guy. Drive around in fancy cars.
Talk about cheapening and devaluing the American dream.
How dare he? You know what?
For real.
He should be exported.
He should be. But they are also not just the conflation of like just pursuing greed and a small amount of people being able to accumulate wealth and saying that's the American dream. That's just insane on its face. But also pair it with the administration's policies towards immigration. I grew up with the understanding that like this country was built by immigrants, and the Statue of Liberty,
Ellis Island,
and is a beacon of hope for people to come here and build a life for themselves. The administration undercuts the American dream with every fascistic action on immigration that they take, more than anything that AOC has said or ever will say.
People want to be like Donald Trump. That's the dream.
Oh, nice. Yes. Yes.
He does seem to have radicalized Abby Phillip, though, which, I don't know, maybe that's for the better.
Yeah.
Slightly.
I mean, these things are so like, both her and Caitlin Collins are doing a good job, but, you know, when the political winds change, sometimes their politics change too. Like, right now they're in opposition to Donald Trump, so we'll see. But they are doing a good job for now.
Her explanation there of the American dream, I felt, was pretty spot on.
No, yeah, agreed.
In contrast to his.
Agreed.
Let's go back to New York and see someone taking a little bit of a beating. And this is actually quite enjoyable. Mike Lawler. And this is exactly what should be happening at every Republican town hall. Now, to be fair, they have very few now, apparently, Republican town halls. But when you're in a district that is a purple district,
and in a blue state,
it's going to be very difficult for you to hide.
Also, he wants to run for governor. So this is something he's going to need to do, interface with voters if that's what he wants, because he's worried about that purple district in 2026.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant this. He's going to run for governor. I mean, I would love to see this guy on the campaign trail. It would be, honestly, it'd be like a rolling comedy club. Here is Mike Lawler having a town hall in Rockland County, New York. And this did not go well for Mr. Lawler.
That are going to make everything more expensive for us, kidnapping and deporting 2-year-olds who have cancer and sitting them off. So my question to you, none of this is helping us. We're getting hurt. We in the community are being harmed by this. What are you doing to stand in opposition to this administration, and what specifically are you doing that warrants the label moderate?
Pause it for 1 second. This is a great question to ask of every Republican, because the fact of the matter is that by virtue of voting for Mike Johnson as the House leader, by virtue of voting for John Thune as the Senate leader, by virtue of just being a Republican, they are enabling Donald Trump. Period. End of story. Period. End of story. It doesn't matter that they can find votes that'll make it look like they vote with the president only 75% of the time, or 80% of the time, or 68% of the time. I doubt that he has that record. But let's just even, it doesn't matter. Because at the end of the day, the fundamental issues of no oversight of their big, beautiful reconciliation bill, those are the only things that are really essentially Congress could or is not doing. And Mike Lawler is part of that. So that is the perfect question. Why do you deserve the label moderate? Because these guys run in these districts as if they're moderate. Like, how are you impeding the worst of what Donald Trump is doing?
So my question to you, none of this is helping us. We're getting hurt. We in
record speaks for itself. I have been rated the
Pause it for 1
fourth most
second.
bipartisan
We
pro-
did not, I just want to make it clear, we did not sweeten that with a laugh track. That was his constituents laughing him off the stage in the, and to be honest, having, done a decent amount of comedy back in the days in front of live audiences, to be able to get a joke in that first 7 seconds, I mean, that's pretty good to get that type of laugh.
My record speaks for itself. I have been rated the fourth most bipartisan for a reason, which is a very simple fact, that unlike many of my colleagues, I actually do work across the aisle. I actually do sit down with my colleagues. There's not a single local elected official who can honestly say that I have not sat down with them and worked with them regardless of their party. There's not a single one of my Democratic colleagues in Congress who could say that I don't do that. When it comes to folks, if you want me to answer the questions, let the question be asked, and then...
It's funny just to get so mad after, like, wasting everyone's time with a bunch of platitudes, like, my thing speaks for itself.
When the hand goes up, the mouths go shut, everyone.
I'm going to answer it in a very insulting to your intelligence way, but let me do it.
I am the fourth most bipartisan member of the House caucus. That being, of course, a bunch of lunatics. Like, the fourth most bipartisan person on the Republican Party probably has voted against Donald Trump, like, twice.
If you want me to answer the questions, let the question be asked, and then listen to the answer. If you're just going to yell back and forth, the time is going to run pretty quick. So, folks, when it comes to the economy, okay, we have an affordability crisis. This crisis didn't just start. We've been dealing with it for the last 4 years. Everything went up. The cost of groceries, the cost of housing. For instance, in Rockland County, the average mortgage cost went up $1,000 a month. That's over $12,000 a year on an annual basis, okay? And so what we're dealing with is trying to reverse a lot of this. What happened? What caused that? What caused record inflation? $5 trillion in new spending in the first 2 years of the Biden administration is what gave us record inflation. And so when you have record inflation,
sounds like they disagree.
You have to be able to curtail inflation. So what happened? Interest rates went up, right? And that drove up mortgage costs. You have to be able to reverse that. So you...
Pause it incidentally for this somewhat blinkered explanation of the inflation and how mortgage rates. I just want to remind you the question was, what justifies you as a moderate?
Yep.
Just in case you had forgotten, because it's been almost like a minute or two. Go ahead.
Able to curtail inflation. So what happened? Interest rates went up, right? And that drove up mortgage costs. You have to be able to reverse that. So you bring down interest rates, you bring down spending. Right now we are $36 trillion in debt. We are spending $7 trillion on an annual basis, with $2 trillion in deficit spending and $1 trillion in interest payments on our debt. At the end of this year, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act is going to expire. And if
we should say that when they cut those taxes for millionaires and billionaires, might also be considered doing exactly what the Biden administration did. Except for when the Biden administration spent that money, and it wasn't $5 trillion, but when the Biden administration spent that money, a lot of that money went to paying for people's health care, went to expansion of SNAP, went to expansion of unemployment compensation, went to providing, getting rid of almost 45%, maybe 48% of child poverty in a year.
Interesting. He supports the extension of the 2017 tax cuts, despite all those numbers about how much of a budget hole we're in.
Did you? So he apparently they made sure that this was yesterday, Sunday. LOHUD reports only residents of New York's 17th congressional district will be allowed in. Everyone who registered in advance will be admitted if they show identification with an address that matches the one on their registration. Walk-ins will be permitted if any seats remain, Lawler's office said on Friday. So the point there is that all of these other Republicans are claiming that Democrats and Soros are paying outside agitators to come into these town halls. No, there were hundreds of people that had signed up. Over 700 people signed up to this forum in West Nyack. And it appears, according to this article, that only residents of the district were allowed in. And and many people registered in advance to make that clear.
I will tell you right now, and I say this with confidence, if you have been squatting on MikeLawler2026.com, hoping that his campaign, I would sell now. I would sell now. I think right now, I suspect what Mike Lawler is doing is starting to look for a lobbying job.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's basically it.
You make your exit, as the venture capitalists like to say.
Exactly. This is part of the exit strategy. I mean, you got a real problem if people are showing up at that, and that looks like it wasn't a small crowd.
That's what the article was saying, that hundreds of people had signed up and it was packed.
Soros. So micro-targeting.
Lawler's office had set rules for the forum audience. No signs, no shouting, no video or audio recording, and warned that police and private security guards may remove anyone who violates the restrictions. Luckily, the reporter here, I'm actually, I lost it, but
oh yeah, let me get
it's okay. I want to give credit to this reporter, Austin Jefferson, who was there to record that anyway.
Yeah.
Well, also, the other thing I would do is fire that private security outfit. They didn't do a very good job. Maybe they could deport all those people who were shouting in there.
They might be able to. He can make an appeal to Donald Trump because he's so moderate.
He's so moderate. I mean, he's a big supporter of Israel.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe this was all about anti-Semitism.
That's a good question.
It's possible. That district, I'm sure. I mean, we gotta go in, maybe deport a bunch of people. Now, that being said, nobody in there was 2 years old, and no one was a child getting cancer treatment. So let's do that, Tom Homan, and get to this story. There's a story going around. I'm just going to make sure that you are clear about it. The Trump administration is deporting people as a way, and let's be clear, they want to show that they don't care. They want to show that they're willing to deport anyone so that they can fulfill their dream of people self-deporting themselves. This is from the New York Times. A 4-year-old and 7-year-old with U.S. citizenship, in other words, a 4-year-old and 7-year-old U.S. citizens were deported alongside their mother to Honduras last week. This is according to the family's lawyer. The same day, another child with U.S. citizenship, in other words, a U.S. citizen, a 2-year-old girl was sent to that country with her undocumented mother.
Her mother is also pregnant.
Lawyers for both families said the mothers were not, and this is the point. This is the point. Lawyers for both families said the mothers were not given an option to leave their children in the United States before they were deported. In the case of the 2-year-old, whose 11-year-old sibling was also sent to Honduras, a federal judge in Louisiana expressed concern that the administration had deported the American child against the wishes of her father, who remained in the country. The mother of the 2-year-old is pregnant, like Emma said, and the 4-year-old, a boy, again, a U.S. citizen, has a rare form of late-stage cancer. They said the boy has no access to his medications or his doctors while he was in custody with his 7-year-old sister and mother. Now, I am sure that this mother, dealing with her child who has cancer, who is pregnant, and has a 7-year-old as well, is probably a real danger to the public. I can only imagine bringing around these two kids who probably cry at times in public, hurting people's ears.
I just want to make sure there are two families, right, that we're referring to.
Yep.
I think the mother of the 2-year-old is pregnant. The other family is the one with the 4 and the 7-year-old, is what I had written down, just to be clear.
The mother of the 2-year-old is pregnant.
Yeah, right. And then it's the 4-year-old that has cancer.
Oh, right. And
so
that's
the separate family.
That's the separate family with the 4-year-old and the 7-year-old.
Yep. This is the family separation policy renewed, except now we're doing this not when people are entering the country, we're doing this when people are already here.
Understand that I suspect what happened was the mothers were kept in custody. They were given no ability to reach anybody outside of custody. They were not allowed to confer with their lawyers. They were given the choice. Do you want your kids to come with you or not? They were unaware that anyone even knew where they were. The lawyers were not able to contact these mothers until they were in Honduras. Incidentally, Honduras, one of the most dangerous places on the planet in terms of crime over the past decade or so. The federal district court judge of Western District of Louisiana, Judge Terry Dowdy, asked why the administration had sent the 2-year-old, identified in court records as only VML, to Honduras with her mother, even though her father had sought through an emergency petition on Thursday to stop her from being sent abroad. In other words, the father was like, I will keep the kid here in the States. But it's very likely that the mother was not aware of this. And they simply said, do you want your kids to be thrown in this cell, or do you want them to come with you? That's more than likely. Dowdy, a Trump appointee, said that he had, quote, a strong suspicion the government just deported a U.S. citizen with no meaningful process. In other words, if there was a process, there would be an opportunity for the father to say, I will take the kid, and have the mother know that her 2-year-old is going to be safe. This is what these animals at ICE and CPB are doing. They're animals. They're animals. They're goons. And this is not a bug. It's a feature. This is the way that they make their argument. Here's Tom Homan talking about arresting a judge in Wisconsin. Again, just to basically show this is what we're willing to do.
The judge had, just to be clear about what she did, there was there were ICE officials trying to take somebody who was in her courtroom, and she basically told the undocumented immigrant who was there to leave through the hallway because the ICE agents didn't have a warrant, so that she allowed him to leave. And now this is why they are putting her in handcuffs.
And to be clear, my understanding is she went out there and said that, at one point, like to the ICE agents, you can take him, but you can't take him here.
Right.
And he'll be outside.
And can I just underline one other irony is J.D. Vance saying, we actually don't have the time to give all these people court dates because of Joe Biden swamped or whatever the BS he talks about. They're actually interfering with courts in order to, so they don't care about that.
And if I can also answer your question, as far as the judges, Look, we just arrested a judge, Pambani, for impeding ICE enforcement removals. I said from day one, you don't have to support ICE's operations. You can support sanctuary cities if that's what you desire to do. Sanctuary cities can stand aside and watch ICE keep their community safe, because any public official, whether you're mayor, city councilman, or governor, their number one responsibility is protection of communities. And ICE has been clear, we're targeting public safety threats and national security threats. I can't believe a public official, whether you're mayor, city councilman, or governor, their number one responsibility is protection of communities. And ICE has been clear, we're targeting public safety threats and national security threats. I can't believe there's any elected official, and especially a judge, that doesn't believe we should be doing that, and they should be helping us. But I said from day one, you can sit aside and watch, you can argue against us all you want and protest all you want, but when you cross that line, I've said this 1,000 times, when you cross that line to impediment or knowingly harboring, concealing an illegal alien from ICE, you will be prosecuted, judge or not. And as far as releasing so many people, you know why the Biden administration released millions of people in the United States? No one ever talks about it. I'll talk about it. Why did they release people into the interior of the United States and put them, rather than put them into an ice bed? Why not put them in an empty ice bed at $127 a night rather than in a hotel room at $500 a night? They did it on purpose, because when you put them in an ice detention bed, they get a hearing in 35 days. Court records show 9 out of 10 people claim asylum, get order removal, they're gone. But if you release them and put them in a hotel room at $500 a night, their hearings can be 5, 7, 9 years. You pull out all appeals, and what are they hoping for then? That another Democrat administration's in power.
This is pause. I mean, this is such a pack of lies. Understand, they are going after the immigration judges. They have cut back on the immigration judges. They are not looking to speed up this process at all. They are looking to bypass it.
Yep.
They are looking to bypass it. He wanted the Biden administration to spend more on prisons.
I mean, so what's the alternative based on what they're saying? You just have to warehouse everybody in ICE detention facilities if they come into this country seeking asylum legally. What then? When can the immigration judges hear these cases? How long are they kept in detention? For that period of time? Sometimes the wait time is as he's described. It can be up to years because we have underfunded our processing, right? It's not, the alternative is a mass incarceration state for immigrants who are coming here trying to seek asylum, which is both legal domestically and internationally. And that's not, we're not able to do that. That's why people are set off and then they come back for their hearing. And we could speed that process up if we funded these less fascist immigration procedures in a more robust manner.
Future successful politician alert, maybe, in Wisconsin. Judge Monica Isham made an announcement in an email to judges across the state on Saturday. Her email, titled "Guidance Requested or I Refuse to Hold Court," made clear she had no intention of working with Immigration and Customs Enforcement. If there is no guidance for us and no support for us, I will refuse to hold court in Branch 2 in Sawyer County. I will not put myself or my staff, who may feel compelled to help me or my community, in harm's way, Isham wrote. I have no intention of allowing anyone to be taken out of my courtroom by ICE and sent to a concentration camp, especially without due process, as both of the constitutions we swore to support require. Should I start raising bail money? Isham wrote, referring to the Wisconsin state constitution as well. If this costs me my job or gets me arrested, then at least I know I did the right thing, she added. We'll see if, I mean, the bottom line is, what constitutes obstruction in this instance? The judge is not obligated to order this person who is in court for something other to go out that door or that door. Judge is not under any requirement to hand this person over to ICE. That's it.
They had no warrant.
I mean, this is like the fugitive slave laws. Like, you have to, this is just ridiculous.
Good for this other judge. We need to support people who do that.
Yep.
And a little bit of a time crunch. Should we do? Let's do Pritzker.
Okay, cool.
And then we'll do 15, I think. Okay, this is last night. I think last night in New Hampshire, J.B. Pritzker. I think when we've talked about who are likely to run in 2028. We've said Pritzker's name, maybe Whitmer, maybe Waltz, Tim Waltz, Pete Buttigieg, Gavin Newsom,
AOC,
maybe AOC for president, maybe for Senate. Who knows? I think Andy Bashir probably.
Yep,
we could be hearing from.
Chris Murphy wants to run
in Connecticut. Those are the ones that I think are pretty clear that we're going to enter the race. Here's Pritzker staking out his term. Like Murphy is staked out. He's like, I'm a populist. And it's sort of narrow, his economic populism. Yeah. Waltz is running very much like he was before he was picked as VP. We'll see. But here is Pritzker, and this is impressive. Now, to be clear, Pritzker is a billionaire. But that doesn't mean necessarily that he will be leading in billionaires' interests. I give you FDR. Now, I'm not saying that he is FDR. I'm saying that there are dynamics happen. Sometimes you get a class trader.
I mean, and
only 2025.
Trump is
actively
actively
have to make any decisions now.
Trying to recreate the McKinley Gilded Age era. Like, if we want some historical parallels, it's not too far that we have to reach.
FDR actually ran on balancing the budget. It wasn't because capitalism had no juice left that he had to go toward the social democratic side of things.
And he was pushed to the left in a way that Pritzker potentially could be.
The question is, who has the ability to be pushed to the left? Who is signaling that they're open to that?
Right.
Pritzker right here seems to be headed towards that lane. But here he is, and there's another part that I think is even more important than this clip. But go ahead.
Never before interruption, but I am now. These Republicans cannot know a moment of peace. They have to understand that we will fight their cruelty with every megaphone and microphone that we have. We must castigate them on the soapbox and then punish them at the ballot box.
Can you pause it just for a sec? Oh, that's it. He did the thing. He did the thing. Did you notice what he said? That you're like flying in the face of what a lot of Democrats do? No, I thought you might have picked up on it. The Republicans.
Oh, yes. He's naming the Republicans.
Exactly. Not Trump is a king who's separate from the Republican Party. Not MAGA trickle down, fart everywhere, whatever the fuck they're talking about.
Extreme MAGA Republicans.
Yeah, like what? It just gobbledygook, focus tested stuff. The Republicans should know no peace.
He goes on to say, to criticize the do-nothing Democrats, who hope that a simple defense of norms and decorum would convince Republicans to change. They spent years watching Republicans illegitimately pack the Supreme Court, take away voting rights from people of color, systematically chip away at the constitutional order. Those same do-nothing Democrats want to blame our losses on our defense of black people and trans kids and immigrants instead of their own lack of guts and gumption. The crowd, this is up in New Hampshire, cheered when Pritzker criticized incrementalism and applauded to references of pundits who had given bad advice. This is the part that I really... he went on to talk about oligarchy. He said he agreed with the anti-oligarchy campaign of Sanders and AOC. Oligarchy is a group of the most powerful people in society who are trying to impose their will on everyone else and make them pay for what the oligarchs are unwilling to pay for. He's going to have to establish. I mean, if he's going to stake his flag on being anti-oligarchy, he's going to have to do a lot of convincing.
Well, he did donate to combat Elon Musk in Wisconsin, right? So I'd imagine his pitch is going to be, I know, I've been in these rooms, and I'm willing to give my money away because we have too... He can make the case and say, we have too much money.
This is also what I really appreciated. And this is, from a report from Dave Weigel, who was there. They have 800 different ways of defining a sanctuary state or sanctuary city. Pritzker told Semaphore, every violent criminal who's undocumented, a violent criminal who's convicted needs to be removed from state and country. And I think every Democrat should be saying that from the rafters. What we also want is a comprehensive immigration reform. He said it was wrong for the administration to go after universities over political causes in the guise of fighting anti-Semitism. On stage, he said, stop tearing down the Constitution in the name of my ancestors.
Wow. I didn't know that Pritzker was Jewish.
And so Pritzker's basically saying, like, I'm not going to play footsie.
Yeah.
Now, this guy self-funded his campaign for governor to the tune of several $100 million.
Wow.
If you are going to self-fund because you are making enemies of the people who are selling off support for immigrants or trans people or marginalized people or using anti-Semitism as a cudgel, that's how I'd like you to self-fund. Let's put it that way. I mean,
but this is like,
we need to see more from this guy. He's going to have to prove his anti-oligarchic bona fides, and he's got a lot to prove. But
because he came up in Illinois, and I don't know how connected he is to the Obama machine, but they were very invested in the idea of Democrats that could self-fund. I'm sure you've talked about this before, Sam, back in the day during the Obama years. But that usually led to more conservative Democrats. So Pritzker might be the one guy that can self-fund, but who wants to move the country in a more progressive direction. I mean, to be determined.
Forbes has him as about the 900th or so richest person in America. It's almost astounding to me that there's not, like, this is why billionaires can exist. He's almost the exception that proves the rule. How is there only one person that sees what's going on in this country, has a war chest like that, and decides, I'm going to get it on the right side of things?
Yeah.
Lavender allergy. Pritzker just spiked a union-backed safety bill for warehouse workers with a veto. I mean, this is...
That's good to know.
There's going to be a reckoning, but just, get a sense, we are now 3 years out, of what lanes people are staking. It also gives you a sense of, like, how committed are they to that lane? Because 3 years is long enough time where people can sort of shift and drift. But he has the attitude of a guy who can self-fund. And cut both ways. Yeah. Very much so.
Living in Roman times again, basically. Like, who are these war leaders with a giant war chest that they got from some conquest that they can put towards politics now?
Exactly.
Yeah.
You got. We should hold off 15.
You got 3 minutes.
Oh, should we do the? Can we do this Passat one?
You do it quick.
Yeah, let's do this. Trump people are panicking about tariffs. They're already sending out their agriculture secretary to say to assure farmers, we will give you a bailout if what it looks like is going to happen happens. They're already saying that Trump may be backing off of softening on tariffs because they're starting to see the implications. They're going to have to come up with an answer. There's going to be within 2 weeks, and somebody in the IM says, we should get somebody on for these who does port reporting because they're already starting to see less imports coming into the country. And they're starting to panic because they don't have a plan in which to deal with this. I don't even know if there was ever a plan. I don't know what they thought was going to happen. That China was just going to, that all these manufacturers were just going to like raise their prices 125% and everybody be fine. Here's Basant on Fox and Friends this morning out in front of the White House. Incidentally, the reason why they're out in front of the White House is because the White House is terrified that they're losing their people on immigration.
You
And
can see
so
some
they've
of
got
those.
to, they put all of these posters on the lawn of the White House. Basically, almost like this is their version of like a public lynching, where they put up pictures of brown people that they've arrested.
Maybe they'll call me one day.
The WTO says trade could dip 80% between the U.S. and China if something doesn't happen quickly. Do you see it that way?
Well, look, that's why I believe it's unsustainable, because they sell to us 5 times more than we sell to them, and we are a crucial part of their business model. So selling cheap, subsidized goods into the U.S. is crucial for the Chinese economy. I believe we're already seeing a slowdown there. The government's trying to take measures counter-cyclical to help the economy. So, Brian, in the history of trade negotiations or trade slowdowns, it is the surplus country that always loses the most. And, we have a huge deficit.
All right, pause it. Now, let me tell you why this is total BS, and he knows it. First off, there's a slowdown likely to happen here. I think we get our GDP report at the beginning of the week. But we no longer live in a bilateral world. China may export more things here than we export to China, but the rest of the world exists, and they're going to take those products. And in the event that they can't make up the exports to this country, to Europe, to Canada, to South America, to, I don't know, Eastern Europe.
We don't want Mexico to be buying BYD cars.
Exactly.
Right,
In the
or
event-
Canada.
In the event that they can't do that, they also have a system where they can address these slowdowns in a much easier way than we can.
Look at their high-speed rail. They have a specific rail designed for senior citizens because they have a lot of money to spend. That they're trying. This is how they approach consumption. Oh, we got a bunch of senior citizens with money. Let's make a rail cater to their interests, and we'll get the money out of it.
But understand what Basant knows all this. He knows all this. He knows that China's not negotiating, that China's basically said F you. China said to the rest of the world, don't make any deals that cut us out. And you're not hearing any talk of countries going, well, I'm not listening to China. You're not hearing any of that. Basant right now is basically just bailing water on the stock market. That is in the bond market.
Yes.
That is it. That is not
That's what he's been doing.
That's all he can do. And the problem with this is, it's like walking on the beach, the water's pulled out, the tsunami's coming, and he's just walking down the beach going like, everything's fine. Can I get you a Mai Tai?
Yeah.
Would you like a pina colada?
Don't pack up your chairs.
No, don't worry. Everything's fine. Oh yeah, don't worry about the chairs. Would you like another towel?
We got sand volleyball going on.
Yeah.
Why the dog's freaking out?
That's basically where we're at. And he is trying to make this argument that they're going to, his argument is China's going to capitulate.
Ha!
And, but even if Trump reverses now, the damage is done.
Yes.
Countries, countries, they all know that they're dealing with, at best, a schizophrenia. This country cannot be relied on. No one's going to want to invest going in anything that is going to put them at the mercy of the United States. And so they go on Fox and Friends and do the next best thing, which is like, everything's fine.
They really think they can keep pumping up the market with every cable appearance, but you got to run. I can read some IMs because we didn't get to that many. Is that all right?
Yeah,
Sam?
I think I can do that. Yes.
Okay.
Coincidentally, the rest of the
I'll see you
clip's
tomorrow.
pretty
See you
good,
tomorrow.
too.
What'd you say, Russ?
I said there's more to this clip that's pretty funny. Also, if we want to do that.
Let's just Matt lost it. Let's just read some IMs and then we'll get back to it. Holtenheim, Pritzker has kind of been radicalized by the insanity of Illinois Republicans. They are so far from state power that there is no incentive for them to moderate their behavior and thus reveal themselves for who they really are, hateful. I do think it's part of that. I also think that governors just having to actually respond to Donald Trump as opposed to kind of play with by the palace rules or whatever, or acting like the way that our senators do. I think that set up some of these governors to have a stronger case. Whitmer, I think, might be a little bit screwed because of tariffs, to be honest with you. And that photo of her in the White House was honestly just political suicide. Jefferson Davis Vance, this Trump thumb-headed mashed potato mouth here sure is the pride of the Aryan race. Bullprog, ICE raided an unofficial nightclub in Colorado Springs, arresting 117 people claiming illegal immigration status, ties to gangs, some unknown amount of cocaine, and a number of guns in an open carry state. But they haven't lied yet, have they? That is insane. And yeah, I would imagine that if you go into a nightclub and raid it, you're going to find some cocaine there. But to use that as a pretext to deport people is, yeah, it's just another fascist tactic. What the F does it take says, when Stephen Miller heard about kids who aren't even old enough to be in kindergarten were deported, he was so aroused he ejaculated in his pants. What a lovely image. Thank you. Tater Tot, there's no way Besant holds himself like that in his home, is there? So stiff, it's unnatural.
Who was it that said gay people should like the Trump administration because they have LGBTQ representation in Besant?
God, yes, it was some pundit, and I'm forgetting who it was.
So
if anybody remembers, just I am it. It's so silly. Bitter Bernie Bro, Pritzker, I already read that. Or maybe I didn't. Pritzker has actually some good messaging on his money. He says that the point of having money is to use it, and so far he's been doing a good job backing that up, not just in supporting political campaigns, but also legal battles.
Look, as far as replacement level billionaires, he's good. As far as like, is it okay that a billionaire exists? Ultimately, no.
No,
it's not, and so we should address that with policy.
Could you imagine if he comes out and says billionaires shouldn't exist, and I'm going to make it my job to tax them to 999 millionaires or whatever?
That's what I'm saying.
That rock.
Maybe this is why I'll never be a billionaire. But if I had that much money to spend, the world is going to remember my name for generations because I'm going to level the society with it.
But that's why you would never be one, because like everybody, the public getting convinced that they're just like one business decision away from accumulating that kind of wealth. You'd have to be a sociopath to get to that point.
Yeah, Patreon.com/leftreckoning. God damn it.
Damn it. Just another guy. Ireland, Canada, the UAE. These are the countries Kevin O'Leary holds citizenship. He holds UAE citizenship.
That's a familial thing, too. He's got some UAE descendants in addition to the Irish thing.
Nate Silver's sweaty abacus. Emma, any comments on Saquon's time with Trump? The ESPN tab in the Discord is in mourning.
He respects the office, okay? Hands off Saquon.
Do I have any thoughts about it? Yeah, look, I'm a little bitter that the first year after he left the Giants and he won the Super Bowl, that I think they could have won it without him. That team is so damn good. But no, it just reveals what I kind of always had instinctively thought about him is that, like, why do you talk about billionaire owners with such reverence? Okay, maybe you're just a Boy Scout, but maybe also, like, your wife's social media posts now make a little bit more sense. And yeah, him being a conservative is like completely not shocking to me, actually, at the end of the day. So pretty pathetic. Shout out to Jalen Hurts, who, despite being an Eagle, he's kind of amazing and won't, I don't think, be showing Trump that respect.
Unrelated, did you see this Guardian explainer? What is Nicaragua? And has the group invaded the United States? Trump is fixated on the Venezuelan gang, but experts say he's concocted a boogeyman to fuel immigration crackdowns.
Ooh, well, I will be reading that after
Who would have
this.
thought?
Lavender allergy. People can be cowards, but these institutions are aligned with the capital class, and fascism is a frictionless relationship for their interests. The Democratic Party's uselessness is directly proportionate to its capture by these same interests. And frankly, reforming it at this point seems like a waste of time. If the same effort could build something new with less baggage, the Tea Party was at least willing to threaten separation. Yeah, lavender allergy. I think you overestimate or underestimate how difficult moving mountains like that would be. But I hear the sentiment. I understand it.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the big $100 million if. If you could do that, it'd be great.
Right.
Ultimately, who is going to do that? And I think, as this politics plays out, I agree that I think the Democratic Party might be corrupt beyond saving itself. Then all of this sort of political capital built up by folks, not only AOC, but Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, becomes useful in whatever kind of break happens. A lot of the people who would become radical Republicans were on the left flank of the Whig Party, if memory serves.
The Mill Ryan Besant is like the mayor from Jaws. Oh yeah, like assuring everybody everything's fine.
Oh, I see. Right,
Yeah.
right. I was talking about like
the appearance, something different. Vaughn from Wisconsin, Matt Leck for billionaire, God Emperor 2020 forever.
I'll be a billionaire for about 9 months.
Yeah. All right, 3 more, and then we're gonna get out of here. Dobby Wan, will the left ever start using language like Democrat in name only? It might be petty to call some people dinos, but it's easy to understand and accessible. I think it could be useful. Well, I think that's fair, perhaps in certain contexts, but the Democratic Party, gotta say, is polling pretty horribly. So calling somebody a Democrat in name only might actually just benefit them.
It's what people call Bernie, or it's like he's not even a Democrat, or they say like AOC, how is she, still both sides in the party? She's not one of us.
And they are more popular than the party.
Yeah.
So I actually think it might be counterproductive.
Maybe there's a way to. I mean, that's the party takeover thing. Is ultimately there's just no actual credibility on the sort of centrist part of the party, and maybe you can take it over with partisans. That's a very optimistic, hopeful sort of projection.
Jonathan Armstead, last week you covered Joe Rogan telling Jordan Peterson that Bernie and AOC were taking private planes to their anti-oligarchy tour. Snopes put up an article on this weekend. There was only one, as there wasn't a way to get between Bakersfield and Sacramento in less than an hour. The tour was on a time crunch, and that was the only option to get them there on schedule that worked for the audience. Sam, you know that at the time it seemed fake. A good indicator was the poo-eating grin that Rogan had when he told the story.
I also said, who cares? If the extent that we allow private jets, I think that's probably the best use of private jets, as opposed to going to an island in the Atlantic to do sex crimes with your billionaire buddies. I think going to people in places not that to go to a political rally against oligarchy, I'm less interested in the transportation, I must say. And I'll say shame on Sean O'Brien, giving a lot of slack to that idiot leading the Teamsters. He is a moron, very clearly, and I don't think it's going to work out. And I'd say that only because a lot of the Teamsters that I follow are over him as well.
And the final IM of the day. Bingo dango. Caroline Leavitt out there now saying Supreme Court justices can be arrested for obstruction of the administration's agenda. Well,
put that bookmark in that for the next time Democrats are in power.
Yep. Also, apparently it was J.D. Vance that said that about Besant as gay representation.
Oh, so a Nazi said it. All right. Well,
says international socialist, but we'll double check that. Appreciate you all, Sam, Matt, Russ, Dorsey, everybody. Thanks. Great job today. We will see you tomorrow.
It might take all the strength I got to get to where